Welcome back to Tales of Middle-earth. Tonight, we take you to the shadowed borders of Mordor, where one man's duty turns into a haunting tale of guilt, paranoia, and choices that shape the fate of Middle-earth. The Forgotten Watcher of Mordor follows a lone Gondorian scout who witnesses the unthinkable, the first signs of Sauron's resurgence, and must grapple with the consequences of what he saw. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe for more tales of Middle-earth and join us as we uncover the forgotten corners of Tolkien's world. And here's a question to ponder as you listen. What would you have done if you were in the Watcher's shoes? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Now, sit back, relax, and let the soothing sounds of this ASMR story guide you through Middle-earth. Chapter 1. The Isolated Outpost. The wind howled across the dry, cracked plains as Dorath adjusted his cloak against the biting chill. Though the sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie red glow over the land, the air carried no warmth. The watchtower in which Dorath stood was a relic of a bygone age, a crumbling structure of stone and wood, built long ago when Gondor's vigilance over Mordor had been absolute. Now, it was more tomb than fortress. Dorath scanned the horizon, his sharp eyes searching for movement in the barren expanse. Mordor had been silent for decades, its gates closed, its forges cold. Yet there was something in the air, a tension he couldn't shake. He'd felt it for weeks now, as if the land itself were stirring beneath his feet. At first, the signs were subtle, a plume of smoke rising from the distant mountains, too faint to draw alarm. Then came the sounds, low, guttural whispers carried on the wind. Whispers Dorath could never quite make out, but always seemed to call his name. As the days turned into weeks, Dorath's isolation began to weigh heavily on him. There was no company, save for the occasional raven that perched on the crumbling walls. Supplies from Gondor were sparse and irregular, a testament to how little the stewards cared for his post. But Dorath stayed. He stayed because it was his duty, and because somewhere in the depths of his heart, he knew. Mordor was not empty. Conflict and suspense, Dorath's first omen. One night, as the moon hung pale and cold over the land, Dorath was roused from his restless sleep by a sound. A faint clinking of metal, distant yet distinct. He rose, heart pounding, and grabbed his bow. The sound grew louder as he crept toward the edge of the watchtower. Peering into the darkness, he saw them, shadows moving across the plain, too far to identify but undeniably there. The figures moved with purpose, their shapes distorted by the haze that clung to Mordor's borders. Dorath's breath caught as he noticed a faint orange glow flickering among them, like the embers of a dying fire. His instincts screamed at him to light the signal and warn Gondor, but his training held him back. He needed more proof. For hours he watched as the shadows disappeared into the distance, leaving only scorched earth in their wake. When dawn finally broke, Dorath descended from the tower to investigate. What he found chilled him to the bone. There, etched into the cracked earth, was a mark, a crude eye, carved with precision and care. The Eye of Sauron. The burden of solitude. The discovery weighed heavily on Dorath as he returned to his post. Was this a sign of Sauron's return, or merely the remnants of a forgotten cult? The silence that followed the event was deafening, and with each passing day, Dorath felt the walls of his mind closing in. He began to question himself. Had he truly seen the shadows, or was it the loneliness playing tricks on him? The isolation was relentless, an unyielding pressure that gnawed at his resolve. Even the ravens seemed to mock him, their dark eyes watching him from the tower's rafters. But Dorath's training held firm. He could not abandon his post, not without undeniable proof of Mordor's resurgence. And so, he waited. He waited as the days stretched into weeks, and the whispers on the wind grew louder. He waited, knowing that when the time came, his warning might be the only thing standing between Gondor and the return of darkness. And as he waited, Mordor stirred. Dorath crouched beside the scorched earth, tracing the carved symbol with a gloved finger. The mark was fresh, the edges still raw where the soil had been seared away. He glanced around, his senses heightened. The plains were silent save for the keening wind, but Dorath felt eyes upon him, unseen and oppressive. He straightened and adjusted his bow, every nerve in his body urging him to return to the safety of the tower. Safety? He thought bitterly. There's no safety this close to Mordor, only vigilance. He began the climb back to his post, his boots crunching against the loose stones of the outpost's crumbling path. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint scent of sulphur and decay. He paused, glancing back toward the horizon. Nothing moved, but the feeling of being watched refused to leave him. Isolation's toll. The days that followed dragged on with a cruel monotony. Each sunrise and sunset bled into the next, their fiery hues casting the plains in an otherworldly glow. Dorath kept a strict routine, knowing that discipline was all that kept the isolation from consuming him. He inspected his weapons, catalogued his dwindling supplies, and maintained the outpost's signal fire, ensuring it was ready to ignite at a moment's notice. But no amount of routine could stave off the whispers. They came at night, just as sleep began to claim him, soft, indistinct murmurs that seemed to rise from the stone walls themselves. At first, Dorath dismissed them as figments of his imagination, the result of too many sleepless nights. But as the weeks wore on, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. One night, as he lay in his cot staring at the wooden beams above, the whispers formed words. Dorath, you are alone, forgotten, left to rot. He bolted upright, his heart hammering in his chest. His hand flew to the hilt of his sword as he scanned the darkened room. The whispers stopped, leaving behind an oppressive silence that was somehow worse. He stood there for what felt like hours, his sword trembling in his grasp, before exhaustion finally forced him back to bed. The eerie discovery. A week later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and ash, Dorath noticed something unusual in the distance. A faint glow, like the embers of a distant fire, flickered on the horizon. Grabbing his spyglass, he climbed to the top of the watchtower and trained his eyes on the source of the light. Through the glass, he saw figures moving, small and indistinct at first, but their movements were deliberate. They were carrying something, though he couldn't make out what. His breath caught as he noticed the glow was not from a campfire, but from molten metal being poured into molds. Weapons. They were forging weapons. Dorath's pulse quickened. He counted at least a dozen figures, their forms hunched and laboring. Among them moved a taller figure, its presence commanding. Unlike the others, it did not labor but directed their efforts with sweeping gestures. It wore a cloak of dark red, and even from this distance, Dorath could feel the weight of its gaze as it turned toward his tower. He ducked down instinctively, his back pressing against the cold stone. His mind raced. The sight confirmed his worst fears. Mordor was stirring. Sauron's forces were preparing for something far worse than the scattered raids of orcs Gondor had dealt with in the past. This was deliberate, organized. Dorath's duty was clear. He had to warn Gondor. The haunting decision. The following morning, Dorath prepared to leave. He packed his supplies, ensured the signal fire was ready to burn, and wrote a hasty message detailing what he had seen. Yet as he stood on the threshold of the outpost, a wave of doubt gripped him. If I leave now, I'll abandon my post, the oath I swore to Gondor. But if I stay, who will know? Who will act? The weight of his duty pressed down on him like a physical burden. He thought of his father, a soldier of Gondor who had died defending Osgiliath in his youth. He had always spoken of duty as the highest virtue, a burden that all who served Gondor must carry. Dorath set his pack down, his decision made. He would stay for a while longer, watch the enemy's movements, and gather more information. The warning would mean little if Gondor did not believe him, and vague reports of shadows in the east had been dismissed before. The growing threat. Over the next several days, the activity near the border increased. More figures arrived, orcish in form, their guttural voices carrying across the plains. They erected crude forges, and the glow of molten metal lit the night like baleful beacons. Dorath recorded their numbers and movements, his notes growing more urgent with each passing day. Yet his isolation began to take its toll. The whispers in the night returned, louder now, and accompanied by faint footsteps that echoed through the watchtower. On more than one occasion, Dorath awoke to find the signal fire disturbed, its logs rearranged as if by unseen hands. Paranoia gnawed at him. Was he truly alone? Or had the shadow of Mordor already breached his post? The unseen watcher. One night, Dorath awoke to the sound of scraping metal. He leapt from his cot, sword in hand, and crept toward the sound. It was coming from the lower level of the tower. As he descended, the whispers grew louder, their tone mocking and cruel. Foolish mortal, you cannot stop him. Dorath's knuckles whitened around the hilt of his sword as he turned the corner. The room was empty, save for a rusted shield that had fallen from its mount. His breath came in ragged gasps as he scanned the shadows, certain he was not alone. Then he saw it, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. He turned, but whatever it was had vanished. The room fell silent, save for the pounding of his heart. He backed away, his sword still raised, and returned to the upper level. For the rest of the night, he kept vigil by the signal fire, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The whispers did not return, but the unease lingered. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Dorath sat slumped against the wall of the watchtower. His sword lay at his side, its blade dull from disuse. The distant forges of the enemy still glowed faintly, a reminder of the growing threat. Dorath's resolve hardened. He could not wait much longer. The shadow was rising, and Gondor needed to know. Little did he realize, his warning would come at a great cost, both to himself and to the fate of Middle-earth. Chapter 2. Whispers in the Darkness. The dawn brought no comfort to Dorath. Though the sun rose above the jagged peaks in the distance, casting long shadows across the plains, the light seemed feeble, unable to chase away the growing darkness. He stood at the edge of the watchtower, staring toward Mordor. The distant forges had burned throughout the night, their orange glow pulsating like a heartbeat. Dorath tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. His sleep had been fitful, plagued by dreams of shadowed figures and whispers that clawed at his sanity. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the lingering sense of dread. The mark he'd found near the base of the watchtower haunted him, the crude eye of Sauron etched into the earth as though mocking him. "Is it a warning?" he muttered aloud. "Or a summons?" The sound of his own voice startled him. It had been weeks since he'd spoken to another living soul. His isolation was complete. his only company the wind and the distant cries of carrion birds. He glanced down at the scattered supplies in the tower's corner. Food was running low, and the nearest Gondorian outpost was days away. Yet he could not leave. The Forgotten Outpost. The watchtower itself was a relic of an earlier age, built long before the fall of Sauron at the end of the Second Age. Its stone walls were etched with faint carvings of Gondorian heraldry, now worn smooth by time. Cracks snaked through the foundation, and the wooden beams that supported the upper levels groaned under the weight of decay. Dorath had been assigned to the post after a skirmish near Osgiliath. A promotion, they had called it, though it felt more like an exile. He had questioned his commanding officer, insisting that Mordor was not a dead land, and that their vigilance should not waver. His outspokenness had not been well received. And so he had been sent here, to a crumbling tower on the edge of the wasteland, to watch for an enemy no one believed existed. But the enemy was real. Dorath knew it in his bones. Signs of the enemy. As the days passed, the signs became more frequent. Shadows moved along the horizon, and the faint sounds of drums echoed across the plains. The distant forges glowed brighter, and their numbers seemed to grow. Dorath documented everything in his logbook: sketches of the figures, notes on their movements, and records of the strange symbols he found carved into the earth. The Eye of Sauron was not the only mark. One morning, he discovered a crude depiction of a tower with a spiked crown surrounded by writhing flames. He recognized it immediately as Barad-dûr, though the Dark Tower had long been destroyed. "They're rebuilding," he whispered. "They're preparing for war." A visitor in the night. One night, as the moon rose high over the desolate landscape, Dorath heard a noise. It was faint at first, a rhythmic tapping like footsteps on stone. He froze, every muscle in his body tensed. The sound grew louder, echoing through the tower. Grabbing his sword, he moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. His breath came in shallow gasps as he descended the stairs, the ancient wood creaking beneath his weight. At the base of the tower, he saw it, a figure cloaked in shadow, standing just beyond the threshold. Its form was indistinct, shrouded in a darkness that seemed to writhe and shift. It did not move, but Dorath felt its eyes upon him, cold and unyielding. "Who goes there?" Dorath demanded, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. The figure did not respond. Instead, it raised an arm, pointing toward the horizon where the forges burned. Then, as silently as it had appeared, it dissolved into the shadows, leaving behind only a faint trace of ash. Dorath stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. Was it a servant of Sauron? A ghost? Or something worse? The signal fire. The encounter left Dorath shaken. For the first time, he questioned whether he could continue to hold the post alone. The shadow was growing stronger, and his isolation was taking its toll. He resolved to light the signal fire, to send a warning to Gondor. The fire blazed brightly, its flames licking the night sky. He watched as the light illuminated the surrounding plains, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and writhe. Hours passed, but no response came. The neighboring outposts remained dark, their watchtowers silent. "They've forgotten me," Dorath muttered. "They've forgotten us." A test of resolve. Dorath's resolve was tested further when he awoke one morning to find the signal fire extinguished. The logs had been scattered, and the ashes bore the same mark, the Eye of Sauron. He knelt beside the fire pit, his hands trembling. The enemy was closer than he had realized. They were toying with him, testing his resolve. But Dorath would not abandon his post. Not yet. He spent the day rebuilding the fire, ensuring that it could be lit again at a moment's notice. As he worked, he spoke aloud, as if to reassure himself. I am a soldier of Gondor. I will not falter. I will not fail. The tipping point. That night, as he kept watch from the tower, Dorath saw movement in the distance. A column of figures marched across the plains, their armor glinting faintly in the moonlight. At their head was the tall figure he had seen before, its crimson cloak billowing like a banner of war. Dorath's breath caught as he realized the truth. This was not a scouting party. This was an army. He scrambled to light the signal fire, his hands shaking as he struck flint against steel. The flames roared to life, casting their light across the tower. But as he looked out over the plains, his heart sank. The army had stopped, and the tall figure was staring directly at him. Even from this distance, Dorath could feel the weight of its gaze, a gaze that promised death. The chapter ends. Dorath gripped his sword tightly, his resolve hardening. He would not run. He would not abandon his post. If this was to be his end, he would face it as a soldier of Gondor. But deep down, he knew the truth. The shadow was rising, and he was utterly alone. Chapter 3. The Shadow Advances. The air grew heavier as the night deepened, pressing against Dorath's chest like an unseen weight. The signal fire blazed behind him, its light dancing on the crumbling walls of the watchtower. Yet, despite the inferno he had built, the night seemed darker than ever. Dorath crouched at the edge of the parapet, his spyglass trained on the distant army. They remained still for now, a black mass against the horizon, but their presence was undeniable. A knot of dread coiled in his stomach as he focused on the tall figure leading them. The crimson-cloaked leader stood motionless, its gaze fixed on the watchtower, as if it could see Dorath through the darkness and distance. Dorath muttered a prayer under his breath, an invocation to Elbereth he barely remembered from his youth. His father had taught him that light always prevailed against shadow. But tonight, the light of the signal fire seemed feeble against the encroaching darkness. "Who are you?" he whispered, his eyes locked on the figure. "And what do you want?" The question went unanswered, but deep in his heart, Dorath felt he already knew. Memories of Gondor. As the night wore on and the army remained unmoving, Dorath's mind wandered. He thought of Minas Tirith, its white walls gleaming in the sunlight. He thought of the markets filled with laughter, the sound of children playing in the streets, and the music of the minstrels that echoed through the city. It felt like a lifetime ago. He had been young then, full of dreams and ambition. He had enlisted in Gondor's army to protect his home, to defend the White Tree and the Steward's throne. But over the years, the glory he had imagined had faded, replaced by the harsh realities of war and duty. His mind lingered on his last day in the city, the argument with his commander still fresh in his memory. Dorath had insisted that Mordor was not dormant, that Sauron's defeat had not ended the threat. His warnings had been met with scorn, and he had been sent to the frontier as a punishment. "They called me a fool," Dorath muttered, gripping the parapet tightly. "But I was right. I was right all along." The army's movement. As dawn broke, Dorath's fears were realized. The army began to move. It was a slow, deliberate march, the sound of their footsteps carrying across the plains like a drumbeat. The tall figure at their head raised a staff, and a crimson banner unfurled, its fabric shimmering with an unnatural light. Dorath's heart pounded as he scrambled down the stairs to the tower's lower level. He grabbed his logbook and began to write furiously, documenting every detail. Approx 300 soldiers, mixture of orcs and men, leader in crimson cloak, unidentified, bearing banner with Sauron's eye. He paused, staring at the page. The Eye of Sauron. It had been centuries since it was last seen on a battlefield, yet there it was, emblazoned on the banner as if mocking him. Dorath clenched his jaw and continued writing. Forging weapons, preparing for war, Gondor must be warned. A desperate plan. Dorath knew he couldn't hold the tower alone if the army decided to attack. His supplies were limited, and the tower was barely defensible. He had to get a message to Gondor. He rummaged through his supplies, searching for parchment and ink. His hand trembled as he wrote a message, detailing everything he had seen. The army, the forges, the crimson-cloaked leader. He folded the parchment carefully and sealed it with the wax of a dwindling candle. Now came the difficult part. Dorath approached his horse, a sturdy brown mare named Alwyn, who had been his companion since his arrival at the tower. The animal nickered softly, sensing his unease. He stroked her mane, whispering words of comfort as he secured the message to her saddle. "Go, Alwyn," he said, his voice breaking. "Find the nearest outpost. They'll know what to do." The horse hesitated, as if understanding the gravity of the situation. Then, with a gentle nudge from Dorath, she galloped into the dawn, disappearing into the horizon. Dorath watched her go, a lump forming in his throat. He was alone now, truly alone. The first assault. That night, the army tested his resolve. Dorath had barely slept, his nerves stretched thin. As the sun set, he heard the first signs of movement, a low rumble that grew louder with each passing moment. He climbed to the top of the tower, his bow in hand, and peered into the darkness. A group of orcs had broken away from the main force, their hulking forms moving swiftly across the plains. They carried crude weapons and torches, their guttural voices echoing in the night. Dorath lit a handful of arrows and notched the first one, aiming carefully. His first shot struck true, embedding itself in the chest of the lead orc. It fell with a strangled cry, its torch sputtering out. The other orcs roared in fury, charging toward the tower. Dorath fired again and again, each arrow finding its mark. But there were too many. They reached the base of the tower, their torches illuminating the ancient stone walls. Dorath grabbed his sword and prepared for the worst, his heart pounding in his chest. The unseen ally. Just as the orcs began to breach the tower's defenses, a sudden sound cut through the chaos. A high, piercing screech that sent shivers down Dorath's spine. From the darkness, a massive shadow descended, its wings beating the air with a deafening roar. The orcs froze, their eyes wide with terror as the creature swooped down upon them. A fell beast. Dorath had heard stories of these creatures, but he had never seen one. Its serpentine body glistened in the firelight, and its talons tore through the orcs like paper. For a moment, Dorath felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the creature was an ally. But then it turned its glowing eyes toward the tower, and he realized the truth. It served the enemy. The chapter ends. As the fell beast circled above, Dorath retreated to the safety of the tower's upper level. His mind raced, searching for a plan. The army was advancing, and the shadow of Mordor was closing in. But he would not give up. Not yet. Chapter 4. The siege begins. The fell beast hovered ominously over the tower, its leathery wings beating the air like a storm, creating powerful gusts that extinguished the nearby torches. The darkness that followed was oppressive, wrapping the crumbling watchtower in an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional screech of the beast above. Dorath crouched behind the parapet, clutching his bow with one hand and gripping an arrow in the other. He peered cautiously into the gloom, scanning the ground below. The orc raiding party lay scattered, either dead or retreating into the night, their courage shattered by the beast's arrival. But Dorath knew he wasn't safe. The creature let out another bone-rattling screech, circling the tower with slow, deliberate movements. Its serpentine body was faintly illuminated by the moonlight, revealing jagged scales and spines that glinted like obsidian. "What do you want?" Dorath muttered under his breath. "What are you waiting for?" A test of will. The beast circled for hours, its glowing red eyes never leaving the tower. Dorath's nerves were fraying, his mind racing with questions. Why hadn't it attacked? Was it toying with him, or was it waiting for some signal from the crimson-cloaked leader? He forced himself to focus. If he succumbed to fear, he would be as good as dead. He notched an arrow and took aim at the creature, steadying his breathing. But as he released the string, the beast twisted effortlessly in the air, the arrow skimming harmlessly past its hide. The beast roared in response, diving toward the tower. Dorath threw himself to the floor as its talons raked the parapet, dislodging chunks of stone. The watchtower groaned under the assault, but it held, for now. Defenses strengthened. As dawn approached, the beast finally retreated, vanishing into the shadows. Dorath took the opportunity to reinforce the tower's defenses. He barricaded the lower levels with whatever debris he could find, and prepared makeshift traps along the stairwells. But his resources were limited, and he knew it wouldn't be enough if the full force of the enemy attacked. He had to think strategically, to use the tower's height and his knowledge of the terrain to his advantage. He spent the day mapping the surrounding area, marking potential choke points and escape routes. Every step was a race against time. The enemy could strike again at any moment. A voice in the darkness. That night, as Dorath kept watch from the tower's upper level, he heard something strange, a voice. It was faint at first, barely audible over the wind, but as he strained to listen, the words became clearer. "Dorath of Gondor, you are alone." The voice was cold and malevolent, echoing as if it came from the very stones of the tower. Dorath's blood ran cold. He scanned the area, his bow at the ready, but there was no one in sight. "Who are you?" he shouted into the night. The voice chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. "I am the shadow you fear, the doom you cannot escape." Dorath's grip on his bow tightened. "Show yourself." But the voice did not answer. Instead, it faded into the wind, leaving Dorath with only his pounding heart and the oppressive silence of the night. Reinforcements arrive. The next day, as Dorath patrolled the perimeter of the tower, he heard a distant sound, a horn. His heart leapt with hope. He rushed to the parapet and scanned the horizon, his spyglass trembling in his hands. In the distance he saw them, a small company of Gondorian soldiers riding hard toward the tower. Dorath wasted no time lighting the signal fire, its smoke curling into the sky as a beacon. The soldiers arrived within the hour, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. "Dorath!" the captain called as he dismounted. "We received your message. What's the situation?" Dorath quickly explained everything he had seen. The army, the forges, the fell beast. The captain's expression grew grim. "We'll hold this tower," the captain said. "Reinforcements are on their way from Minas Tirith. We just need to buy them time." The second assault. That night, the enemy returned in force. The army of orcs and men surrounded the tower, their torches illuminating the dark plain like a sea of fire. The fell beast circled above, its screeches rallying the enemy forces. The Gondorian soldiers held their ground, firing arrows from the tower's parapets and engaging the enemy in fierce hand-to-hand combat when they breached the lower levels. Dorath fought alongside them, his sword cutting through the enemy ranks with desperate fury. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. For every orc they cut down, 2 more seemed to take its place. The tower's defenses began to falter, the ancient stones cracking under the strain. The crimson-clad leader. In the chaos of battle, Dorath caught sight of the crimson-cloaked leader. The figure moved through the battlefield with eerie grace, its staff glowing with a dark light. Wherever it passed, the enemy forces surged, their attacks growing more ferocious. Dorath knew he had to act. He fought his way through the fray, his eyes locked on the leader. As he drew closer, the figure turned to face him, its hood falling back to reveal a pale, gaunt face. Its eyes burned with an unnatural light, and its lips curled into a cruel smile. "Dorath of Gondor," it said, its voice echoing like the whispers he had heard before. "You cannot stop what is coming." Dorath raised his sword, but before he could strike, the figure raised its staff. A wave of dark energy erupted, throwing him to the ground. The tower's full. The battle raged on, but it was clear that the tower could not hold. The walls began to crumble, and the Gondorian soldiers were forced to retreat. Dorath, bloodied but unbroken, rallied the remaining soldiers. "We cannot let them take this tower," he shouted. "If we fall, Gondor falls with us." The men fought with renewed vigor, but it was a losing battle. One by one, they fell, until only Dorath remained. As the enemy closed in, Dorath climbed to the top of the tower, the crimson-cloaked leader watching from below. He lit the signal fire one last time, its flames roaring defiantly against the night. "I will not surrender," he whispered. "Not to you." And as the tower collapsed around him, the fire burned on, its light piercing the darkness. Chapter 5. The Fire That Would Not Die. The ground trembled beneath Dorath's feet as the ancient watchtower began to collapse, its centuries-old stonework groaning in defiance of the inevitable. The signal fire roared behind him, its light piercing through the chaos like a final act of rebellion against the shadow. Dust and debris filled the air, but even through the choking haze, Dorath kept his footing. The crimson-cloaked figure stood below, its pale face illuminated by the flickering flames. It raised its staff high, and with a guttural incantation, a wave of dark energy surged toward the tower. The blast struck the base with a deafening roar, reducing the lower levels to rubble. Dorath stumbled, catching himself against the parapet. His mind raced. He could not let the tower fall completely, not while the signal fire burned. If the fire was extinguished, Gondor might never know the extent of the threat. "They have to see it," he muttered through gritted teeth. "They have to know." The final stand. As the tower crumbled beneath him, Dorath grabbed his bow and notched an arrow. The fell beast circled above, its screeches mingling with the cries of the orcish horde below. He aimed carefully, tracking the beast's movements through the smoke. "Come on," he whispered, his breath steady despite the chaos. "Just a little closer." The beast dived toward him, its talons outstretched. Dorath loosed the arrow, and it struck the creature in the neck. The beast let out a piercing wail, its flight faltering as it veered away from the tower. Dorath didn't have time to savor the moment. He turned back to the fire, piling on more wood from a shattered beam to ensure the flames would not die. The heat scorched his face, but he didn't care. The fire had to burn. Below, the crimson-cloaked figure watched him with cold, calculating eyes. It raised its staff again, summoning a second wave of energy. This time, the blast struck the parapet directly, shattering the stone and sending Dorath sprawling. Visions in the flame. As Dorath lay on the crumbling platform, his vision blurred. The heat of the fire seemed to intensify. The flames grew brighter, their light washing over him in waves. For a moment, the sounds of the battle faded, replaced by an eerie silence. In the heart of the fire, Dorath saw a vision. It was Minas Tirith, its white walls gleaming in the sunlight. But the city was under siege, its gates broken, and black smoke rising from its towers. The eye of Sauron loomed above it, vast and all-seeing, as the forces of Mordor poured through the streets. Dorath gasped, clutching his chest. "No," he whispered. "This can't be." The vision shifted. He saw the crimson-cloaked figure standing atop a mountain of corpses, its staff glowing with dark power. Behind it, Barad-dûr rose once more, its spires piercing the stormy skies. "You cannot stop it," a voice whispered in his ear. Dorath's eyes snapped open, and the vision faded. The fire still roared beside him, but the battle below was growing more intense. Gondor responds. A sudden sound cut through the chaos, a horn. Dorath lifted his head, straining to see through the smoke and haze. In the distance, he spotted a line of riders emerging from the horizon. Gondorian banners fluttered in the wind, their silver and white stark against the blood-red sky. "Reinforcements," Dorath breathed. The riders charged into the fray, their spears glinting in the firelight. They crashed into the orcish ranks with unrelenting force, cutting through the enemy like a blade through flesh. Dorath's heart swelled with hope. Gondor had seen the signal. But his relief was short-lived. The crimson-cloaked figure turned toward the riders, raising its staff. A wave of dark energy erupted from its hand, striking the front line and sending men and horses tumbling to the ground. The fell beast, though wounded, descended once more, its talons raking through the Gondorian ranks. Dorath's resolve. Dorath knew he had to act. Gripping his bow, he steadied himself against the crumbling parapet. He aimed for the crimson-cloaked figure, drawing the bowstring back until it trembled. "This ends now," he muttered. He released the arrow, and it flew true. The shaft struck the figure's staff, shattering it in an explosion of light and shadow. The figure staggered, its cloak billowing as the energy around it dissipated. The orcs hesitated, their momentum faltering without the figure's command. The Gondorian riders seized the opportunity, pressing their attack and driving the enemy back. Dorath let out a ragged breath, his body trembling from exhaustion. The collapse. The tower groaned beneath him, the stone walls buckling under the strain. Dorath realized with a sinking feeling that the structure wouldn't hold much longer. He turned back to the fire, feeding it one last log. "Burn," he whispered. "Burn until they see." With that, he descended the stairs as quickly as he could, the walls shaking around him. The air was thick with dust, and the sound of falling stone echoed in his ears. He reached the base of the tower just as the upper levels began to collapse. He threw himself outside, rolling across the ground as the watchtower crumbled behind him in a deafening roar. The aftermath. When the dust settled, Dorath pushed himself to his feet. The battle was over. The enemy had retreated, and the Gondorian riders were tending to the wounded. Dorath looked back at the ruins of the tower. The signal fire was gone, but it had served its purpose. Gondor knew of the threat now, and reinforcements would come. The captain approached him, his armor dented and bloodied. "You held the line, Dorath," he said. "You gave us a chance to fight back." Dorath nodded, though his heart felt heavy. He had survived, but the cost had been great. As the sun rose over the plains, Dorath stood amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Mordor had been quieted for now, but he knew the shadow would rise again. "I will be ready," he whispered. And with that, the Forgotten Watcher turned his back on the ruins of the tower and began the long journey home. Chapter 6. The Road to Ettenmoors. The dawn light crept slowly over the barren landscape of Mordor, a pale reflection of the flames that still lingered in Dorath's mind. He stood atop the rocky bluff where the signal fire had once burned, watching the first rays of sunlight struggle to pierce the ash-laden sky. It was a sky that had not known true light for centuries, forever stained by the malevolent presence of Sauron. His legs ached, and his arms were still bruised from the night's battle, but the pain was nothing compared to the exhaustion gnawing at his spirit. The Watcher had not expected to survive the assault on the tower, let alone be the one to fend off the orcish horde and the dark sorcerer's twisted magic. But here he was, standing alone in the desolation, uncertain of his future, but certain of one thing: the shadow had returned, and it was not finished. As the wind howled across the plains, Dorath took a deep breath, steeling himself for the journey ahead. The beacon had been lit, and the call to arms had been made, but there was still so much to do. The future of Gondor and the free peoples of Middle-earth lay not in the hands of the city walls alone, but in those who dared to stand against the growing darkness. A lonely path. Dorath's path took him southward, past the ruins of the old watchtower. The land of Mordor was an unforgiving place, desolate, barren, and hostile to all life. Yet for the first time in weeks, Dorath felt a faint glimmer of hope. The beacon had been seen. Gondor would send reinforcements, though how long it would take for them to reach him was another matter entirely. His mind kept wandering back to the crimson-cloaked figure, the sorcerer who had nearly overwhelmed him, whose power had shattered the ancient tower. Where had he come from? Was he merely an agent of Sauron, or had something far darker emerged from the depths of Mordor's blackened heart? As Dorath journeyed, his thoughts turned inward. Every step he took reminded him of the guilt that weighed heavily on his soul. Had he done enough? Was it truly worth the lives that had been lost on this forsaken stretch of land? He could not escape the ghosts of the fallen soldiers, their faces lingering in his mind. He was their witness, the last one to stand, but he wasn't sure he was capable of leading others to safety, of bringing the war to an end. How much more could he endure? The sun was high now, and the heat of the barren land scorched the earth beneath him. Dorath found his way to the edge of the Ettenmoors, where jagged hills and towering cliffs loomed like silent sentinels. It was a fitting place for his journey to begin, though he couldn't help but wonder what awaited him beyond the darkened mountain range. Would he find allies, or would he be forced to confront the horrors of Mordor alone? Echoes of the past. As the days passed, Dorath's physical exhaustion mounted, and his thoughts became clouded. The wind howled endlessly across the Ettenmoors, and every shadow seemed to carry with it the whisper of the past. His senses were heightened, sharpened by the events he had lived through, but that same heightened awareness made him feel vulnerable, exposed. Every noise could be a threat. Every glimmer of light could be a trick of the darkness. And then it happened. In the dead of night, While Dorath lay resting by a fire that seemed too weak to keep the cold at bay, the winds grew still. For a moment, everything was quiet, unnervingly so. It wasn't the kind of quiet that suggested peace, but a deep, oppressive silence, as though the land itself was holding its breath. Dorath rose from his blanket, reaching for his sword. He had learned long ago not to trust silence in these lands. He moved with practiced stealth, creeping toward the edge of his camp. It was then that he saw it. Two glowing eyes watching him from the darkness, hidden in the shadows of the rocks. "Show yourself," Dorath called out, his voice low but steady. He could sense the presence growing nearer, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The creature emerged slowly, its form barely visible in the moonlight. At first, it was little more than a vague shape, tall, with a twisted humanoid silhouette. It moved with unnatural grace, its every step accompanied by a soft hiss that seemed to make the very air shudder. Dorath drew his sword, but before he could strike, the creature spoke in a voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "You are not what you seem," it said, its voice sharp and ancient. "You are no simple soldier. You carry a burden, one that even the eye has noticed." Dorath's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary creature. It had the look of something far older, something that had been hiding in the forgotten corners of Middle-earth. It was a servant of Sauron, or worse. "What are you?" Dorath demanded, keeping his sword raised, though his confidence was faltering. The creature's presence unnerved him more than any orc or troll could. "I am called Nornook," it replied, its glowing eyes now fixed on Dorath's. "I am the Watcher of Forgotten Things, a creature of shadow, sent to spy on those who would dare defy the Dark Lord. And you, Gondorian, are in his path. Your journey will lead you to a fate far darker than you can imagine." A grim warning. Dorath tightened his grip on his sword. "I will not be swayed by threats, shadow creature," he said, his voice filled with defiance. "I have seen enough darkness to know that I will face it on my own terms." Nornook tilted its head, as though considering Dorath's words. "Very well," it said at last, its voice no longer hostile, but oddly sympathetic. "But know this, your path leads to the heart of Mordor. It is a road that few have traveled, and fewer have survived. The darkness is far stronger than you realize, and Sauron will not forget you." With that, the creature stepped back into the shadows, its form blending into the night. For a moment, Dorath stood frozen, unsure of what had just transpired. The warning weighed heavily on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that his journey had only just begun. Yet, it was a journey that might not have an end. The journey continues. The next morning, Dorath packed his things and continued on his way through the Etten Moors, though his mind was occupied by the strange encounter. What had Nornook meant? Had he truly seen the rise of Sauron once more, or was this just another trick of Mordor's shadows? And if he was destined to face Sauron directly, what could a lone Gondorian scout do to stop him? Questions plagued him, but there was no time for answers. The road ahead was treacherous, and his purpose had not changed. He had to reach the heart of Mordor and deliver the message to Gondor. The fate of Middle-earth depended on the choices made in the coming days. Chapter 7. The Wraith's Pursuit. Dorath had been walking for days through the Etten Moors, his boots heavy with the grime of the cursed land. The path before him seemed endless, an expanse of blackened hills and jagged rocks, where nothing grew but ash and weeds twisted by the hand of evil. Yet the unease in his chest never waned. It only grew with every step. Ever since his encounter with Nornook, the shadowy figure had haunted his thoughts. Now, even the wind seemed to carry whispers, hints of a presence not far behind him, something following, waiting for him to falter, to reveal his weakness. Every time Dorath glanced over his shoulder, he saw nothing but empty space. But his instincts told him he was not alone. His campfires had become smaller over the past days, not because of the dwindling supplies, but because he dared not draw attention to himself in this cursed land. Every night felt colder, the dark closer, and the whispering wind less like nature and more like a voice, saying things he could never quite make out. The relentless pursuer. The land had changed since he last passed through it. The deep black clouds that had forever hung over Mordor now seemed to thicken, wrapping the land in an even deeper, suffocating grip. Even the mountains appeared twisted and alien, their jagged peaks reaching up like the claws of some great beast lying in wait. Dorath's instincts had never been wrong before. He was being followed. The presence he felt was not the quiet, patient sort of watcher he had known in his years as a scout, but something malevolent, an intelligence waiting to strike. Nornook's warning was now more real than ever. It was on the fourth night after his strange encounter that it first appeared, a wraith, cloaked in darkness, stepping from the mist that poured over the hills like a living thing. It did not make a sound. It simply stood there, watching, waiting. The dread of the ring-wraith. Dorath had heard stories of the Nazgul, the ring-wraiths, servants of the Dark Lord, bound to his will by the power of the Rings of Power. He had always dismissed them as myths, legends used to scare children and wayward soldiers alike. But as he stood there, his hand wrapped tightly around the hilt of his sword, he understood that the tales were true. The figure before him was not of flesh and bone. It was an apparition, an embodiment of the darkness that had once ruled the world and now clawed at the edges of his soul. Its form was shifting, constantly changing, like the shadows themselves. It moved without moving, gliding across the ground as though it had no need for steps. Dorath's heart raced, but he could not bring himself to run. There was nowhere to go, and he knew better than to turn his back on such a creature. The wraith's presence was a reminder of the terror that Sauron could bring, and though it had no voice, Dorath could feel its power, ancient, cold, and utterly relentless. The attack of darkness. The wraith's cloak billowed around it, swirling with an unnatural chill, its eyes, glowing like coals in the heart of a fire, fixed on Dorath. The air seemed to grow colder with each breath, and for the briefest of moments, Dorath thought he saw something else in the darkness, an immense, towering shape, a shadow of power so vast that it dwarfed the wraith. A gust of wind howled as if to warn him, and before he could react, the wraith lunged. It was faster than anything Dorath had ever seen, its dark form engulfing him in an instant. He brought his sword up to block, but it was as though he was trying to cut through smoke. The wraith was a force, not a being of flesh and bone. It was a nightmare given shape. The cold reached into his chest, a biting chill that seemed to freeze his heart. Dorath gritted his teeth and forced his legs to move, stepping back, away from the ethereal assault. Every movement felt like swimming through a storm of ice. The wraith circled him like a predator, its dark presence draining him of strength. His sword became heavier with each swing, and the weight of his thoughts, of his responsibility, pressed down on him. The voice of Sauron. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, deep, terrible, and filled with an overwhelming hatred. Dorath could not comprehend the words, but he understood their meaning. It was the voice of Sauron, echoing through the very soul of Mordor itself, calling his servant to finish what had been started. "You cannot escape, Gondorian." The voice seemed to hiss. "You are but a mote in the wind, a shadow cast by the darkness that I have already claimed. Your fate is sealed." Dorath struggled against the wraith's power, his heart pounding in his chest. The wraith circled closer, the cold tightening around him like chains. His sword felt like a dead weight, and his strength was failing. But then something stirred deep within him, a spark of defiance. Dorath had faced death countless times. He had seen comrades fall, witnessed horrors no man should ever witness. But this was different. This was not just a battle for survival. This was a battle for the very soul of Middle-earth. If he fell here, the darkness would not stop at his life. It would spread, suffocate the world, and all would fall into shadow. The call of Gondor. With a roar, Dorath lunged forward, using all of his remaining strength to drive the blade into the heart of the wraith. There was no flesh to pierce, no bone to break, but the force of his will surged through the sword, an act of defiance against the eternal darkness. For a moment, there was nothing, just the wraith hovering inches from his face. The cold was unbearable, and then, with a sudden hiss of energy, the wraith shrieked and recoiled, vanishing into the night like smoke dissipating in the wind. Dorath dropped to his knees, gasping for air. His body trembled, his hands numb. But the wraith was gone. The silence that followed was deafening. His mind raced, and his thoughts spun like the storm clouds above. The Nazgul were real. The shadow of Mordor was far more powerful than he had ever imagined, and Sauron's reach extended far beyond anything he had dared to believe. A moment of reflection. The stars shone faintly above, the only light in an otherwise darkened sky. Dorath sat alone in the silence, contemplating the battle that had just unfolded. He had survived, yes, but at what cost? His mind felt like it was unraveling, the weight of his mission pressing against him. The voice of Sauron would haunt him forever, but it was not the wraith that worried him most. It was the realization that Mordor had already begun its assault, and the darkness would stop at nothing to claim all in its path. For the first time, Dorath wondered if any of them were truly ready for what lay ahead. How could a lone scout, even one as determined as he, stand against such a powerful, ancient evil? But then he stood, shaking off the doubts, pulling his cloak tighter around him. He could not afford to falter now. The fate of Gondor, of Middle-earth, depended on what he did next. Chapter 8. Into the Heart of Shadow. The night was still, too still for Dorath's liking. Even the ever-present wind of Mordor, which had swept through the Ettenmoors with a relentless fury, had fallen silent. The eerie calm pressed against him like an unseen weight, and the absence of the wraith left him with only the haunting echo of its voice. Yet, despite his exhaustion and the gnawing fear that tugged at his chest, Dorath knew he could not stop. He had no choice but to press onward. The path into Mordor's heart was fraught with danger, but it was the only path that might lead to salvation. Dorath had journeyed through this forsaken land for weeks, each day feeling like an eternity. His supplies were dwindling, and he had seen no sign of any allies. The fires of Mordor's reach were closer than ever, the vast shadow of Sauron's malevolent will looming over him at every moment. He had heard no word from Gondor since the beacon had been lit. Had they received his message? Had his warning reached them in time? The mountains loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, as Dorath made his way down the narrow ravine that wound through the Ettenmoors. He had little choice but to follow the old paths, the ones used by those few who dared to traverse Mordor in years long past. But these paths were treacherous, fraught with traps laid by Sauron's servants, orcs, trolls, and worse. And the creatures that had been released from the deepest pits of Mordor had grown more vicious over the centuries. The burden of the Watcher. Dorath's thoughts drifted back to the day when he had first been stationed here. He had been young, eager, and proud to serve Gondor, but the years of watching Mordor's borders had taken their toll on him. The dread of seeing Sauron's dark servants move in the distance had left a scar on his mind that never healed. But it was the stillness, the quiet, that had always unsettled him most. When the wind did not howl, when the land seemed to hold its breath, Dorath had known that the shadow of Mordor was stirring, gathering its forces for something far worse than anything he had witnessed before. And now, it had come. The Dark Lord's presence was no longer a distant threat. He had risen again, his power growing with each passing day, and Dorath, one lone scout, was left to carry the weight of the world upon his shoulders. His mind had fractured during the long nights of solitude, questioning his ability to continue. The guilt of having failed so many others in the past haunted him with every step. He had watched friends and comrades fall in battle, their faces still fresh in his memory. Would he too fall in the shadow of Mordor? Would his name be forgotten, lost to time like so many others? The creatures of Mordor. Dorath's musings were interrupted by a low growl from the dark shadows ahead. His hand went instinctively to the hilt of his sword, but his breath caught in his throat as he spotted the creatures emerging from the depths of the ravine. They were not orcs, nor were they trolls. These were something far older, twisted, malformed beings that had long been sealed away beneath the mountains. The creatures were squat and hunched, their bodies covered in patches of fur and scales. Their eyes were glowing red slits, filled with an intelligence that was far more cunning than any beast Dorath had encountered. These were the Uruk, beasts from ancient times, not seen since the War of the Last Alliance. They had been reawakened by the dark magic of Sauron, unleashed to scout the lands, to sniff out any intruders who dared to come too close. There were 3 of them, but Dorath knew they were capable of tearing a man apart in mere moments. He stood still, watching their slow, deliberate movements as they sniffed the air, their low growls echoing through the ravine. Their eyes flicked to him, but Dorath remained motionless, praying that the darkness would obscure him enough for the creatures to pass. The creatures stopped. Their eyes locked onto Dorath, narrowing in recognition. They had seen him. Without thinking, Dorath drew his sword, its blade flashing in the moonlight. He knew he couldn't outrun them. He had only one choice. He had to fight. The first Uruk lunged at him with an unnatural speed, its claws raking through the air. Dorath sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike, but the creature was fast, too fast. Its other claw slashed across his chest, cutting through his armor like paper. Dorath gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain as he swung his blade with all his might, striking the beast's neck. The blow was not enough. The creature howled in pain, but it did not retreat. It lunged again, but Dorath managed to twist away. His breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to regain his footing. The battle for survival. The second Uruk charged, its jaws snapping like a vice. Dorath barely had time to raise his shield before the beast slammed into him, sending him sprawling to the ground. His sword was knocked from his hand as the creature bore down on him, its claws scraping against his shield. Desperation took over as Dorath scrambled to regain his sword. The third Uruk circled around him, closing in like a pack of wolves. His pulse raced, his thoughts clearer than ever. He could not afford to falter, not now, not when the fate of Middle-earth was in the balance. With a fierce yell, Dorath grabbed his sword and drove it upwards into the belly of the closest Uruk. The creature let out a death rattle as it crumpled, but the others were upon him in a heartbeat. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding another strike. The battle raged on in brutal silence, each movement a life-or-death struggle. Dorath's arms were sore from the relentless strikes, and his body was drained of energy. But he fought on, fueled by the one thing that had kept him alive all these years, his refusal to let darkness claim Middle-earth. The Wraith's return. It was then that Dorath felt the cold again, a chill so deep, so unrelenting, that it froze his very soul. The Wraith had returned. The air seemed to shift, the darkness of Mordor itself rising to meet the cold chill that now pressed in on him. Dorath's head snapped toward the sound, his sword raised in a desperate attempt to fight. But it was no use. The Wraith was here. From the shadowed ravine, the figure appeared, its dark form looming like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon. The Uruk paused, their growls stilled by the oppressive presence of the Wraith. "You cannot escape, Gondorian," the Wraith's voice echoed, a low, haunting whisper that cut through the very air. "You have crossed into my domain. There is nowhere left for you to hide." Dorath gritted his teeth, but the truth rang clear in his mind. The Wraith was not alone. Mordor's power was growing, and this was only the beginning. The battle for Middle-earth had truly begun, and he was at its heart. With a roar, Dorath leaped forward, charging toward the Wraith, determined to stand and fight for as long as he could. He would not fall without a battle. Chapter 9. The Fall of the Watcher. The clash of steel rang in Dorath's ears as the Wraith's presence bore down upon him with the weight of an ancient curse. The world seemed to narrow to just him and the creature, the swirling shadows and suffocating cold enveloping them both. The Uruk, now unsure of whether they should fight or flee, watched the scene unfold, their growls softening into murmurs of confusion. The Wraith stood tall, its form flickering like smoke, its eyes burning with a cold fire that pierced the very core of his being. Dorath's body was battered, his strength waning. Every bone ached from the fierce battle with the creatures of Mordor. His blood mingled with the dust of the land, his vision blurring with exhaustion. But still, he fought. He had no choice. To fall now would be to let the darkness consume all that he had known. "You are weak," the Wraith hissed, its voice reverberating in Dorath's mind, as if it were not a mere sound, but a force, a presence that penetrated deeper than flesh. "You are but a flicker in the face of the eternal night I bring." Dorath gritted his teeth. The Wraith's words were like daggers in his mind, but he could not afford to listen to them. He had seen too many die from the same doubts, had heard the same whispers from the shadows. They were meant to break him, to crush his resolve. But he would not give in. Not yet. Not while there was a breath left in his body. The fire within. With a growl of defiance, Dorath raised his sword, the blade gleaming in the faint light of Mordor's cursed skies. He lunged, aiming for the Wraith's flickering form. The Wraith was faster than he expected, its shadowy presence dodging his strike with unnatural ease. It was like trying to strike smoke, his sword cutting through the air where the creature had been mere moments before. The Wraith's form shifted again, this time materializing closer, almost within reach. Dorath swung his sword, but the creature simply drifted back, floating in the air, as if it were a part of the darkness itself. The creature's laughter, low, cold, and mocking, echoed in Dorath's ears. You think you can defeat me? The wraith taunted. I am the shadow of Sauron's will. You are nothing. Dorath felt the words press against him, like the weight of the entire mountain. He felt himself falter for just a moment, but that was all it took for the wraith to strike. The air around him grew colder still, the ground freezing beneath his boots as the wraith unleashed its full power. Dorath was thrown back, his body crashing into a nearby rock, the impact sending a wave of pain through his entire body. His head spun, his vision darkening, but he did not lose consciousness. His hands clenched around his sword. The wraith was moving closer, its eyes burning like embers, its cold, mocking gaze fixed on him. The descent into darkness. Why do you fight? The wraith asked, its voice now a whisper, its breath a biting cold that seemed to freeze the very air around him. There is no hope left for you, no hope left for anyone. Sauron has already won. Dorath shook his head, forcing himself back to his feet, despite the pain that lanced through his body. He could feel his heartbeat in his throat, a heavy, pulsating rhythm. He was slipping, losing himself to the weight of the wraith's words, but he refused to let it break him. Even if you think you have already won, I will not fall, Dorath muttered under his breath. He could feel something inside him stirring, a fire that had been dormant for so long, buried beneath layers of doubt, fear, and exhaustion. The wraith, sensing his resistance, hissed in anger. Its form wavered, momentarily flickering as if it were about to dissipate into the shadows. But Dorath knew better than to let up now. The creature was more dangerous than any enemy he had faced before. It was not a foe that could be bested by mere strength alone. It was an embodiment of the darkness that had plagued Middle-earth for millennia. A glimmer of light. The ground beneath him trembled, and for a moment Dorath could have sworn he heard something. Something faint, distant, yet full of power. A voice. An ancient voice that resonated deep in his soul, calling him. The wraith seemed to sense the shift in the air. It turned, its smoky form now flickering more rapidly, its eyes narrowing as it scanned the land. The presence that Dorath had sensed was drawing nearer, growing stronger with each passing second. And then, as if summoned by the very winds of fate, a figure emerged from the shadows. Cloaked in a dark, tattered robe, the newcomer was tall, his figure imposing, yet graceful as he moved through the dark landscape. He carried no weapon, yet the mere presence of this figure was enough to shift the tide of the battle. The wraith recoiled, a hiss escaping its ethereal lips. You. What do you want? The figure spoke, his voice resonating with a quiet power that seemed to pierce the darkness around them. You are not the only force of darkness here. The wraith shrank back at these words, its eyes flickering with both confusion and fear. Dorath's heart surged with a mix of hope and disbelief. Who was this mysterious figure, and why was he here? An unexpected ally. The figure turned to Dorath, his gaze warm, though tinged with sadness. Gondorian scout, you are not alone in this fight. Not yet. Dorath's confusion deepened. Who was this stranger? And why would he help him? A lone scout lost in the land of shadows. You are in the land of shadows, Dorath of Gondor, the figure continued, his voice steady and filled with an ancient sorrow. But I am not of this time. I have come to prevent a greater darkness, one that even Sauron cannot control. The wraith recoiled at the words, its presence flickering in and out like a dying flame. The figure took another step forward, his hand raised, and a faint glow began to emanate from his fingers. The light was soft, but in the presence of Mordor's darkness, it shone like a beacon. "You should leave this place," the figure said, his eyes full of regret. "You have already done what you can. There is little time left." But Dorath stood his ground. "I cannot. Not now. I have come too far." The wraith shrieked in frustration, its form twisting as if the very essence of Mordor was trying to tear it apart. The figure raised his hand higher, and the glow intensified, pushing the wraith back with an invisible force. "This battle is not yours to win, Gondorian," the figure said gently, as if trying to convince him. "There is a greater war at hand." The reluctant departure. For a moment, Dorath stood frozen, torn between the desire to fight and the knowledge that perhaps this was not his battle to finish. The figure's presence was undeniably powerful, and the wraith was clearly no match for him. Yet Dorath could not let go of the weight in his heart, the feeling that he had been sent to Mordor for a reason, to do something more than just survive. "I can't leave," Dorath said, his voice firm despite the confusion that clouded his mind. "Not when I know what Sauron is planning." The figure sighed, a look of sorrow flashing across his face. "Very well, but remember this, Gondorian. Your strength is not in your sword. It is in your heart. Do not let the shadows consume you." With that, the figure stepped back into the shadows, his presence fading as if he were a part of the land itself. The wraith shrieked in fury, its form dissipating into the air as the light from the stranger's hand pushed it further and further away, until nothing remained but the cold, empty night. Dorath stood there for a long moment, staring into the blackness, his heart still racing. The encounter had left him more confused than ever. But one thing was clear. The war was not yet over. His journey into the heart of Mordor had only just begun. Chapter 10. The Watcher's Return. The wind howled across the barren plains of Mordor, carrying with it the scent of sulphur and ash. Dorath stood motionless, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. The mysterious figure had vanished into the shadows, leaving him alone once more in the heart of this dark, forsaken land. The wraith had been driven back, but its presence lingered in the air, like a ghost that refused to leave. Dorath's pulse still hammered in his ears, his body sore from the battle and his mind heavy with the strange encounter. He turned away from the clearing, where the remnants of the wraith's power still hung in the air like smoke, and began walking toward the east, toward the dark spire of Barad-dûr that loomed in the distance. Though his body was weary, his resolve was firmer than ever. Something had shifted in him. He had seen the light, even if only briefly. He had been touched by something ancient, something that had not yet been consumed by Sauron's malevolent will. The land of Mordor was vast, its reach extending far beyond what he could see. But Dorath knew that he was not alone in his fight, that there were forces at work here greater than even Sauron's darkness. He had to find them, to ally himself with whatever remnants of hope still existed in this cursed land. His heart burned with the desire to protect his people, to warn Gondor of the impending doom that loomed over Middle-earth. The final hour. Days passed, and the land of Mordor seemed to grow darker still. The fires that burned in the blackened mountains never ceased, and the ground beneath Dorath's feet seemed to tremble with the pulse of evil. Yet despite the overwhelming darkness, he pressed on. He had heard rumors of others, strangers like himself, remnants of ancient orders who had long abandoned their homes in the light of hope. They were scattered, hidden, but he knew that if he could find them, they could join forces and strike at the heart of Mordor. One night, as Dorath sat by a small fire, his thoughts drifting to the city of Gondor, a shadow appeared before him. It was the figure, the one who had aided him earlier. Dorath's heart skipped a beat, but there was no fear in him now. He had come to trust this mysterious stranger. "I knew you would return," Dorath said softly. The figure nodded, his cloak billowing in the wind. "The hour is close, Gondorian, but there is much that you still do not understand." Dorath stood up, his resolve clear. "Tell me then, what is this war truly about?" The figure's eyes flashed with an ancient sorrow. "It is a war for the soul of Middle-earth. Sauron's darkness seeks to consume everything, to blot out the light. But even in the darkest of shadows, there are sparks of hope, of resistance. You are not alone in this fight. There are others, hidden in the east, in the shadows of Mordor itself. You must find them, unite with them, and then, only then, will we have a chance." Dorath's mind raced. "But why me? I am just a scout. I have no army, no kingdom behind me." The figure's eyes softened. "You are more than just a scout. You are a symbol, Dorath. A symbol of hope for those who have forgotten it. And that is why Sauron fears you." The words settled in Dorath's heart, filling him with a newfound purpose. The war was not just a battle for land or power. It was a battle for the very future of Middle-earth. And he would not stand idly by while Sauron's grip tightened. A new dawn. The days stretched on, and Dorath ventured deeper into Mordor, guided by the cryptic warnings and directions from the mysterious figure. The land was harsh, unforgiving, and he saw signs of the darkness everywhere. Caves filled with creatures that skittered in the shadows, great armies of orcs moving across the plains, and ever-present eyes of fire watching from the great tower of Barad-dûr. But he did not falter. He had a purpose now. His heart no longer wavered in doubt, and the weight of the world seemed lighter on his shoulders. Then, on the edge of the land, where the mountains of shadow met the blackened plains, he found them. Others, scattered survivors, remnants of old orders, and those who had quietly resisted Sauron's will. There were elves, hidden from the world for centuries, wise and eternal, their faces marked with grief but still full of strength. There were men from Gondor, though few in number, their spirits unbroken despite the endless battles. And there were others, strange, ancient beings who had lived in the shadows, waiting for the moment to rise again. Dorath's heart swelled with pride as he realized what had come together. These were not the remnants of a broken world. They were the beginnings of a new resistance. They would not fall to Sauron, not if they fought together. The final stand. Together, they forged an alliance, a fellowship, if you will, that would stand against the darkness of Mordor. Dorath, the lone Gondorian scout, had found his place among these warriors, scholars, and sages, each of them driven by the same goal: to rid Middle-earth of the shadow that Sauron had cast for so long. They gathered under the cover of night, preparing for the great final assault on Mordor. The fires of Mount Doom blazed bright in the distance, a constant reminder of the evil that loomed over all of them. But Dorath no longer saw the land as one of death and despair. He saw it as a place of opportunity, a place where the light, though faint, could still be rekindled. As dawn broke over the dark mountains, the Fellowship set out. The journey ahead would not be easy, and the enemy would be relentless. But Dorath now knew one thing for certain: the battle was not over. The Watcher had returned, not as a mere observer, but as an active force, ready to take part in the shaping of Middle-earth's future. And this time, he would not stand alone. Thank you for joining us for the tale of the Forgotten Watcher of Mordor. As we leave Dorath's journey behind, we are reminded that even in the darkest of places, there is still hope. What do you think? How do you feel about Dorath's ultimate choice? Do you believe his actions changed the course of Middle-earth's fate? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe for more immersive ASMR tales from Middle-earth. Relax to soothing sounds, and until next time, may the light of the stars guide you on your path.